Okay. Doing the last minute pasting here. Actually, I don't have it. So, do you have
The accident. It's on the. It's emailed it last night.
I'll get a hold of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I think we need to put just a sentence there that ISAC.
I did that on Sunday.
Great. It's not a recommendation.
Right. I put one sentence that you get exactly how I said it. That we recommend that the staff consider ASAP. I could put the same thing in front of.
stuff.
I would just reduce that or.
Yeah. No, I didn't.
It was just what they put up yesterday. They wanted me to put just a line in front of it to turn it into an action item. So
Okay.
you want to just maybe save that to the desktop
yeah,
or
sure.
something, and then I will put the sentence on it and we'll be set.
Okay, I'm gonna put it in,
Yeah, just on the desktop would be fine.
that's what I didn't save it on the desktop. It automatically saves
Yeah.
it. All right.
Yeah, I've done that before and think I had finished what I wanted to and hadn't done anything.
Yeah, okay. All right, I'll just leave that.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you.
You welcome.
Okay, I will let which one is it on? I will let you do. Okay.
You got Tammy Shane radio.
I did. Okay, so I'll let you hack it out if you want to.
Right.
So I guess they're the first two are recommendations, right?
I think these are all, there's a sentence that starts saying that this is an action item that we suggest that this staff consider these. Right, that's nothing we will do. Don't agree or. Yeah. That's fine. Well, I think it goes through.
Okay. Yeah, so look at this.
Let's go up to EDR, what we were doing. So if you look through these, each group. it's
So
a little bit
recommendations
different.
to NIST for 3-year time frame. Let's do these. Let's say,
That's the only group that did it that way.
okay, but we're doing.
But if you want to do it that way, that's fine.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So let's change this to this. Recommendation, because that was what was asked.
Yep.
And then, because we don't, this doesn't have to be a,
The way Bob explained to me that we were going to do this was the action item is the first sentence saying that this be considered. And then the last part of it was kind of like, that all the groups gave us, like the appendix to that action item, all the details to be considered.
Well, obviously
But-
get this clear. It was confusing. I sat in two subcommittees and I heard a little bit different.
Yeah,
tweaks-
that's what I say.
tweaks on it.
Each one of these are different, the way it's handled. So I didn't know what to do with it, so I just cut and pasted.
That's all you
Figure
can
it
do.
out.
We'll get it figured out.
Yeah.
okay, but these are all 3-year objectives that the CEO subcommittee thinks is important that NIST and NIST staff look at over the next 3 years.
Right.
They're not immediate things.
Right. That's it.
And so they're not action items and they're not recommendations.
Yeah. The action item is just that these things that we're putting forth should be considered.
Because
That's
one
the
thing that
action
was
item.
explained to me was an action item is to the staff
Right.
and a recommendation is to, well, no, wait, no, hold on. So now I'm confused about this one.
So just leave off
Maybe
the
an act-
words to
I
NIST.
wouldn't worry
Just-
too much about
Just
it. I
put
think-
recommendations with the 3. So
the idea-
remove the 2 words to NIST.
Yeah.
Just put recommendations with 3-year timeline. So that takes out that little confusion piece. And if it, it gets wordsmithed on the floor.
Yeah. Well,
Because,
and I think the action item is really just going to be like the first sentence that our ideas be considered. And then the ideas themselves are not part of the action. And then kind of do with that.
And I guess this is a recommendation. Because we recommend,
I think it's fine with people like that.
I just can't remember if that's an action item or if that's a recommendation.
Action
Again,
item goes
I
to
think
the
I think the action item is the first sentence of this whole document. The rest of it is like appendix.
But, okay, but this was supposed, this needs, then maybe this doesn't need to go in this document.
I think we should just put it in.
Okay,
This is
so you
just-
don't have a separate document with recommendations.
Yeah.
This is everything.
This
that's
is
in our
everything.
subcommittee.
This is everything. Perfect. And they're different for each subcommittee. So it's not.
But when we get to the subcommittee can explain it.
Bob said the only thing that we're going to actually vote on would be the action item, is that first sentence saying, we have this body of material we would like to be considered. So let me pull.
Well, because what EDR came with was, we wanted that other to be voted on separately. Because it's not a 3-year thing, it's a. do
Well,
it
when we get to
immediately
discussion,
thing.
I think.
Okay,
each of the
we'll
groups
bring that
can
up.
Bring this up, because I don't think anyone knows exactly how.
Sensing that,
That's
yes.
right.
Well,
We'll figure
we got 2
We'll
hours.
figure it out. Yeah, we'll figure it out.
And the least words we can
I think the idea is just to get these points to them so they can consider them. Yes.
Chuck,
Okay.
I made a mistake.
Okay, let me pull it up and I'll read it. Easy enough.
So this is.
I'll just let you change whatever you would like.
I'm so sorry.
Oh, no, no problem. No problem. You know, I was telling Chuck, I think each of the groups
That's
did
what
this a
he
little bit different.
said.
And so I think the main thing is just to deliver the ideas. And the action item, I think, is going to be our first sentence. And the rest of it is going to be like appendix. So the action item is that NISC and NISC staff consider these suggestions.
Oh, okay.
So they're the following suggestions because they're not in a consistent formatting even. So I don't, I think it's
Yeah.
fine.
So I guess
Yeah.
when we.
Right, right. These are done different like everything. So
Well,
I think
that'll be
if we need to change it,
Thank you.
yeah, no problem. I put a, yeah, I agree. I put a one sentence on it to make it into an action item. I just put this sentence on to turn it into an action item. Good. Okay. I think. If we want to change it, we can when we're going through it, but I think I don't see the need to spend a lot of time. Yeah, then I guess what you make up with. Yeah, it's fine.
so what I would do at the end of the discussion would be to forward what I have to both. Okay.
Good morning. Is this on? Good morning, everybody. I thought I'd speak from up here this morning, so I'm further away when you throw things. Welcome to the third and final day of this ISAC meeting. Seeing pretty much nothing but familiar faces in the room, I'm going to forego my discussion of who votes and how to vote and all of that, unless somebody really wants to hear it. Great. Oh, okay. I do, and I've already taken steps to correct this for the future. I've been failing every morning in making a very important announcement. If anybody has not signed in every day at the meeting, we need you to sign in for each day you're here. So please do that. And I've made Kelsey swear that she'll kick me next meeting if I'm here. I don't have any introductory comments other than that. We're here until noon unless we finish earlier. I'll be here till 11:45 to see if there's public comment. Having said that, we're going to start off right away. The first 2 hours this morning, we're going to go through subcommittee reports, action items, and recommendations. And so I didn't make a schedule of which subcommittee goes first, so I'm going to start with Bonnie. Communication, education, and outreach. Well, maybe not. Bonnie? Do you have a CEO report?
Can we put it on the screen? Kelsey?
The CEO subcommittee.
We had 4 recommendations. The first was to ask in the new hierarchy of NISC and operations that we coordinate invasive species issue across North American borders. In terms of communication and information exchange, it just really isn't being done and needs to be done. We can learn so much from one another. Mexico is ahead of us on a lot of things, yet we don't really seem to understand that or profit from what they have already learned that we haven't. And Canada has a lot of information to share too in terms of applied research and what's happening on the ground. So we simply want to see to it that that kind of exchange happens one way or the other across borders. As we all know, invasives don't respect political boundaries. So number 2, support the North American Invasive Species Network. I think we've explained that it is a really huge step forward in being able to exchange databases that we already have in the United States, and so does Mexico and Canada, but they are now computer compatible, and so we again can connect with one another that way. Thirdly, coordinate a branded NISC campaign, including website, social media, etc. We simply want to see that there's continuity with the NISC website, that it's updated, and I understand that the branding idea, different logo, etc., is already in place, so this just kind of supports that. And of course, the term social media was brought up, whether that means Facebook, whatever means in the context of government work that's possible. It's always that limitation. And fourthly, develop methods to measure success of outreach efforts, measurable impacts. And that means that we really need to figure out how we're going to measure outreach efforts that are being made, so we know how to move forward with among the federal departments and agencies. Simply that.
Thanks, Bonnie. Before we take questions, and I'm going to go there right now, I wanted to add a little clarification. Each subcommittee should have several of these bullets that all will tie in together. I just want to refresh everybody what we intend to do with this. These next 3-year steps from each subcommittee, package them into a single action item, and that action item will be asking NISC staff to consider these as they move us forward. That means that this will get wrapped into an action item that we will vote on as a single package. If we vote to move that action item forward, it will clearly state that these are the priorities of the subcommittees. So if you personally don't agree with a CEO bullet, you're not endorsing it unless you're on the CEO subcommittee. Does that people understand what I'm saying there? Yeah, so what we're trying to do is avoid going word by word, line by line through all of this, because I think it says shall and it should be should. You know, this is what the subcommittee recommends.
I sat in a couple of subcommittees, and we all seem to have a little bit confusion about, just where this list was going to go. When I first heard about it, I think I thought that this package of ideas would go to the principals and that they then would help determine what was going to be a priority.
That is absolutely the intent. We don't have a pathway to recommend to make an action item to the principals. So our action item needs to be directed to staff, who then will immediately take that to the principals who want to hear this. Janice.
Yeah, thank you. I was wondering if the group discussed, do you have an easy venue? Really two questions from the four bullets. Do you have an easy venue or a process to help coordinate across the borders? Are the priorities transparent for Mexico, Canada, and just how that would be coordinating? And the second question, so any order, would be on in thinking about Bill's slide of all the connections yesterday, the spider web connections. Was there any discussion of communications coordinated with the state, from the state level?
Thank you. As they say, great question. We didn't talk, taking the second part first. We didn't talk about state. It was implied as far as our common experience was. And so we didn't specifically say that. But for those of us who have been in the invasive plant part of the world, we have always over time included states, even local level counties, CWMAs, etc., in that conversation with scientists and policymakers as well. We always tried to get all three groups to the table when we had any kind of summit or meeting of sorts. To the first part of your question, is there something in place? There used to be a biennial conference where we did get all North America together, starting with the scientists, the practitioners, and then the more local on the ground experience, policymakers as well, I'm sorry. And that still is in place, but probably needs more support or strength. There was a point at which we tried to get actually an international partnership agreement of sorts, but we couldn't make it through the gauntlet of State Department, etc. So there are a number of things that are kind of hanging loose that could be really strengthened if indeed there was support from NISC. Improve that communication a whole lot.
So the original first item was support the North American Invasive Species Forum on a biannual basis. But since this is a 3-year time frame and we're talking about, more broad comments, that instead of specifically saying, let's coordinate, support, whatever the right word is, a conference, it was just, let's bring 3-country, Mexico, Canada, US issues to the priority list. So it was in the context, a change, instead of having a specific thing, making it broader.
Ken?
Ken Zimmerman. Item 2, it says support the North American Invasive Species Network. Does that mean fiscally? Does that mean to endorse the concept? It's awfully broad.
Yes. If we can. The answer is yes. Endorse, fund, whatever word you want to use. Support is generic as could be come up with. Because these, again, are things for NIST to look at over the next 3 years. So I'll go back to you. We can figure it out.
It's my understanding this committee does not have the ability to ask for funding, so I'm not sure that if that is the intent of it, that is appropriate.
I think just generally, the way that these are going to be used is just to indicate areas of concern. And correct me, Jamie, but we're not I don't think that this will go to the principals as a request for funding or anything like that. More of a sense of here's what's going on.
Yeah. For the sake of time with these, I mean, my sense is that you're asking us to take the essence of these recommendations, these priority items. So I look at, for example, coordinated invasive species issues across North American borders, and what immediately comes to mind is where is invasive species showing up in the trilateral, in the work the CEC is doing. Where are we with our relationships with NAPO right now, and a whole different, a whole range of possibilities comes to mind in terms of how to bring the intent of number one forward. I've already had conversations with Bruno Davis in Canada about better cooperation. There's a lot moving on some of these already, and what I see is an endorsement from you all and continuing with some priorities that we're already moving on, but also some new areas to flag in terms of priorities, but we have to get them done within the context in which we're working. So we take your essence and we match it up with that particular context and make it fit to purpose.
Marshall.
I want to make 2 comments on the animal side. Trying to deal with the individual states is very difficult. Therefore, I think we should ask Bill Hyatt to take on that task as chair of the AFWA Invasive Species Committee, because I think we could do something through that mechanism to try to get the word out. On the international front, Jamie preempted me, but I think going back to the tri-national and see what happens, because when Jamie and I didn't have gray hair and went to those meetings, the tri-national is very active. I have no idea how active they are anymore under NAFTA. It is a source.
Bonnie?
I'm certainly, I'm retired, so in case you all didn't know. So I have not talked to them recently, but when I was talking to the Trilateral, they were that interested in invasive plant issues. And the CEC didn't want to be bothered. And NAPO is in charge of keeping invasive plants out of the country. And we were only dealing with what they happen when they get into the country and start spreading. So there are some different angles to this problem.
Any other further questions or comments for the CEO? All right, let's go to prevention.
So in the absence of Roland and Carol, I was given the mic and the chair. During the course of the 2 prevention sessions, we heard a presentation on the regional biosecurity plan for Micronesia and Hawaii from representatives from the Department of the Navy, and then also a presentation from CGAPS and the Hawaii Invasive Species Council on the IUCN World Conservation Congress. And both of those had obvious ties to the Pacific, continuing some of the previous discussions we'd had on trade in non-contiguous areas. When we got to our discussion on the priorities or things to think about moving forward, and looking at the list that Bob, you had put up yesterday during lunch, we came up with sort of 4 points and then a couple of general notes for broader consideration. So the first is, and this stems out of the work that the group had been doing, looking at regional biosecurity and trade as related to, first and foremost, Hawaii and Micronesia, and then secondly, the Caribbean. And this was recognizing that right now, with the release of the regional biosecurity plan, with the events about to happen with the World Conservation Congress, that the timing was ripe to continue work in that region. We kind of pulled back from looking at all non-contiguous areas to focus and try to address some of those issues that had come up in the past through other discussions. And then it was recognized that the Caribbean might not be a ripe opportunity yet, but we could look at that in the future. So those are and we tied it to the items on analysis of authorities as well as regional coordination. The second one was focused on risk assessment methodologies, and that's recognizing that there are a number of methodologies that are out there. Some have sort of proven themselves. Others, I guess there are questions in terms of their scientific basis, their defensibility. And so there was some discussion around how to do an analysis to recognize what is practical, defensible, and effective with regards to risk assessment methodologies. The third piece, it's kind of a broad category. We recognize that there's a lot of different linkages to it, and that's wildlife and animal disease. In the past, this group had most specifically focused on the issue of animal imports, and there a critical question was linking back to the point on authorities. And then the final one, we're thinking about, the group in the past has also looked and talked about pathways and how to move that forward and possibly linking that to landscape level prevention. So there, again, that links to the regional coordination, looking at the Arctic energy development. What are the key pathways that we might want to look at there? Looking at questions like, if you've got, we're talking with Steve in the Columbia River Basin, if the best way to protect it from the introduction of quagga and zebra mussels is to do work outside of the basin, what are the legal or the coordination issues that might be raised in that context? So these are sort of fairly general items. We recognize that more detail could be put into those, but we also recognize that in that sense, with further discussions around the management plan, as well as the principles, they could be refined. Then in terms of general notes, looking at the 5 points that were raised by the principals, the word prevention is not in there. And so it's just continuing to stress the importance of prevention activities within the work of both NISC and ISAC, so the general statement. Second, there was a very brief discussion around the communications piece and sometimes the difficulties of communicating prevention. And so if there is work moving forward on that, incorporating the concept of prevention. And then finally, and this was, I think, recognized not just for the prevention subcommittee, but for many of the issues that ISAC is dealing with, is the clear understanding of federal agency authorities. And we went back and forth in terms of if that's done agency by agency, if it's a full and thorough review, or if it should be done on priority issue by priority issue. And I think at the end of the day, we figured, in reflecting on what has been done with the federal lands paper for movement of aquatic invasive species onto and off of federal lands with the EDR stuff, that an issue by issue approach might be the most productive. So that was the general discussion. I'd invite any of the other members of the subcommittee to speak up, add, comment.
Questions or comments for the prevention subcommittee? Cool. Thank you, Stash. Let's go to EDRR. Chuck, you ready?
Okay, so we have the recommendations for the overall action plan, and then we have a action item specifically that we want to bring up to vote on. So, and this is, what we basically spent the whole meeting talking about was, what could be done once the framework is in place. And so we looked at it from, what pieces needed to start being in place. And so those pieces were who the leads were. So when something is found, who's notified, who's the lead agency. And so, and crap. Okay. And whether that's NISC or NISC staff, that we went back and forth on that. And so that I'm not sure how that's supposed to go for these. Right, but the recommendations for the 3-year, yeah. Right. Okay. So the first one was identifying who the leads are. The second one was pursuing the funding for the emergency response fund. And the third one is figuring out how, I'm confused again. I'm sorry. Figuring out how to have a list of priorities based on what the funding that, if we do get an emergency response fund, then how do we figure out what the priorities for that fund are and where the money should go? And so part of what the third item that's up there was to look at states that have lists and figure out how they are developed and then use that as a guideline for other states to help develop lists, and move forward from there. The other thing we talked about that's not a recommendation as part of this was, the process of how do you determine when something's important that's not already on a priority list. But we didn't include that as one of the recommendations. But that's something that the Greater Everglades group is working on, and something that we may be able to have a presentation from them at a future meeting to see how they're doing it, and then if there's a way to take that and expand it to a larger group. So the action item that is separate from these recommendations is to develop to put together a group, and we listed all the people that we thought should be involved in that group, to inventory and develop as needed. So some cases something may be needed. In some cases we may just say, okay, here's a standard for weed mapping that's going to be used, and there's no reason to come up with something. In other cases, something may be needed to be developed. And looking at management standards, formats, and protocols to ensure interoperability to support information transfer, mapping, and awareness of a species occurrences and spread. And so we came up with a list of the people that we thought would make sense to be the partners to do that. And I can spell out every acronym if I need to.
This last one, this action item, do you want that considered as a separate action item or embedded inside this? Okay, then we'll pull that out and we'll deal with voting.
Yeah, let's continue the discussion on it now. Unless we're done discussing it now. I guess my only thing that I see there is, are you sure you've identified every acronym? Or do you need to put "and others" as appropriate?
I would say if nobody in this room can come up with another acronym, then we've covered everybody. We were just trying to identify where it wouldn't end up being one organization having a whole bunch of people on it.
Right. Yeah.
And so if we identified slots, then those organizations or groups could put somebody in those slots.
Nathan?
Was there any discussion in the group about the permitting issues for rapid response? One of the delays, obviously, in responding to things is the time it takes to put the permits together. And the funding is obviously essential, but the permitting process is certainly on the aquatic side is just killing them. So I mean, that to me, that would be a real, I don't know how it can be done, whether it's a need for legislation to pre-position permits or whatever, but that seemed to be a big issue.
Chris?
If I can respond, I guess I'm asking Hillary if she has any comments about how the EDRR framework might address permitting holdups.
That's a good question. I think that for those of you involved in the work group or the advisory team, we spelled out a whole range of steps, action steps. I think we called them the stages of the EDR process, which went through preparedness, early detection, rapid assessment, and rapid response, and the issue of authorities. And also, well, permitting was identified under the preparedness step as something that agencies should, and again, at all levels, it wasn't targeting federal agencies in particular, but it was noted that that was an important issue that needs to be addressed up front so that we can have an effective rapid response. So I think in the context of the framework, it's probably still at a high level. So it's recognized within the report generally, but it's not, I don't think it specifically is calling upon federal agencies within the permitting piece. Although it's hard to talk about this conceptually because the report hasn't been finalized yet. We do recognize, though, or call upon the federal agencies to implement EDRR. And so within the context of that, we need to evaluate our ability to do so. So it's embedded within, it's in there, but it's not specifically that particular issue, I don't think was called out. I don't know if Stash or Chris want to emphasize anything in regard to that, but.
Yeah, I think the key place for that in next steps is looking at the work we'll be doing under assessing authorities and the enabling environment and the disabling environment that currently exists in terms of moving forward on an EDRR. That would be one of the next priority steps once the framework is formalized.
Chris?
Yeah, thank you, Christine. Chuck, just a question. When I look at the idea of developing data management standards, I'm a little nebulous on what that is. I know dating all the way back to the first plan, we had talked about, making sure that folks that are collecting data for on invasive species, have the central, I think they call it the Darwinian core, standards that would allow for interoperability. And so are you guys thinking about just those data that would be applicable to EDRR, or are you talking about the whole universe of data that might be applicable to invasive species? And then also with the data management standards, are you looking at how that whole metadata stream that goes along that, or are you also looking at what kinds of inquiries the various data sets will allow, which is kind of the thing that the app developers actually work with now, and they actually need that? Or is all of that kind of something that's you think the task team is going to take on?
So if I say yes and then drop the mic, is that appropriate? So I think the answer is yes. Assuming I understood everything you said correctly. But you could, and maybe it needs to be clearer in this, because I guess that, and Annie's not here, but the Global Invasive Species Information Network has a list of standards, and they have a standard for observations, and they have a standard for information resources, and they have a standard for a list, or whether something's listed invasives. And I think that this was related to occurrences of invasive species. So if you go back to the NAMWA mapping standards, okay, and you look at what that was and what the gist of that was, how many years ago, Eric? 15 years ago. Well, yeah. So when you go back to that list, and that list, that standard was pre-databases, pre-XML, pre-web services. So that has been recently updated, okay? And by NASEMA, but when I say by NASEMA, I was chair of the committee. But there's problems with the update. It doesn't include aquatics the way it should. It touches on animals and insects and diseases, but not to the level that it should. And so the thought on this is if you can come up with a NAMWA or multiple NAMWA standards in language, so both definitions of what words mean, as well as the computer language to make it shareable. I think Mike used the word interface, and from a technical perspective, I'm looking at that as a web service type interface. But the example we gave was the Forest Service has got to have, Forest Service National Forest is going to have their own database system. If they can do a save to X, then being able to do save to X allows that data to be shared with other groups and compiled into one source or multiple sources. And so just like you saved the PDF on your computer, the goal is to have a descriptive language that says save to this. And by having all these organizations at the table when we start this process, then instead of building the NAMWA list and having to shop it to FICMANU and all these different groups and get them to endorse it, this way, this standard is being developed by all the appropriate players from the beginning. And so when it's done, you've got a standard that's signed by all these people. Does that answer your question? Right. No, and I don't, the intent of this was not that NIST staff do this. It was that NIST staff form a task team that me and, if Pam's still here, me and Pam and Annie and the rest of these people will move forward with. So yeah, we're not looking for y'all to do the work. We're going to do, yeah, we'll do the work, but, and you know, and National Ag Library's on there because we wanted Joyce to be part of it.
GBeth.
So, that's an easy answer. So, yes. No, Bison is the U.S. hub of GBIF. Right. So by having Bison as part of this, then that brings GBIF. Yes. Yeah.
Janice.
Presentations yesterday or the day before, there was the mention of a USGS summit in December comparing environmental databases. I'm wondering if there's, while this idea, if there's going to be a good representation at that in case there's some information exchange that can help as the task force concept gets moved. And
I'm not sure that what I think the problem keeps coming down to is whether it's GBIF or whether it's Darwin Core, which I think GBIF is Darwin Core. Yeah. There are things that there's extra stuff that doesn't necessarily fit with invasive species information. So when you're looking at just a simple cross section, but what's in a herbarium specimen or what's in a museum specimen is not necessarily everything that you need for an invasive species specimen. And so, or invasive species occurrence record, if you put it from that standpoint. And so that's where Darwin Core and GBIF don't completely solve the problems. And that's where that meeting that's going to include a lot of people is going to be looking at it at a biodiversity standpoint as opposed to a invasive species standpoint. So I think I think the hope is that if this happens, they can start discussions at the meeting in December.
Okay, great. And then I think Hilda at one time in a previous meeting, there had been some good progress more internationally on mapping where invasive species were co-occurring with endangered species. Is that going to be pulled into this thinking too?
That's different. We have the location of, how do I say this? In the database that is being prepared, we will have the invasive species, and then we will have the endangered, threatened, or candidate species affected. And in that information, we will have the state where it's happening. But we cannot have the specific location of the invasive species that are listed because it's protected by Fish and Wildlife Service, so people don't go there, pull the plants or kill the ducks or whatever it is to get rid of the endangered species, and that creates a problem. So we have, and we just say Nevada or Minnesota, or we just say the state where the interaction between that endangered species and that invasive species is occurring. And mapping is a whole different thing. I would also say that if you're going to do that, you need more than NAL and plants. It's not just the people that do the databases in those two organizations. You're going to need to get the specific USDA agencies that have databases themselves for their own work. So it's a broader group, is what I'm saying.
But the intent was that was covered by FICMANU and ITAP and these other groups, because there's no way that we can there's no way to have a committee, like a task team like this, that would include a representative from every agency that has a database.
From us, your ITAP colleague that goes back to ITAP and tells them what ISAC did and vice versa, we don't have that expertise at ITAP. So,
but you could identify. I mean, the concept here was that ITAP identify somebody, whether it be an ITAP member or a designee from ITAP, to represent ITAP on this task team.
And that person will belong to one agency. And what I'm telling you is you need a person from each agency. Otherwise, this won't work. You cannot create these standards and then go tell the agencies, this is what you're going to use, if they were not at the table. I'm sorry, it's a big group, but that's the only way it's going to work.
Ken Zimmerman, this task team and this data management center just for state and public Because if it carries over in private lands, you do not have much support from the private landowners because of the Freedom of Information Act.
Right. So that's the intent of this is to come up with the definitions and the data transfer protocols to share this data. And between all the different databases that exist, we're at the point now that the technology allows us to do this. And I agree with you completely. I think that the focus of this will be state and public data. But if for some reason a private land, if there was information that was approved by the private landowner to, this is not to build a database that stores where invasive species are on private lands. This is to share, have a common language to share information between databases.
I do understand that. But if you take NRCS, for instance, when you get into EQIP, there's a lot of private land data that goes into those plans. And it's already been tested and it's not subject to FOIA.
Right.
But if we develop a standard that taps into that data layer, then I am not supportive of that.
No, and honestly, that's why at the same time that the NAPIS or IFAS APHIS database is not on this list, because that's a regulatory thing that doesn't fit. The FIA data is exactly the same way. There's FIA plots. That data is classified, for lack of a better word, and so it's not something. There's no reason for them to be at the table, because that data will never be shareable. And it's the same thing with the NRCS data. Honestly, there's no reason to include that, them or that, because the information in those databases will never be publicly available. So yeah, it's not nowhere in the intent of this is to make the NRCS data publicly available or make the FIA data publicly available, because that's not subject to, or the NAPIS or IFAS data publicly available, because where a regulatory agent is found on private property doesn't need to be public, period. And we're not asking.
Additional comments or questions on any aspect of the EDRR report? With the consent of the group, I think I'd like to go ahead and take a vote on this action item so that we can either be done with it or not. Well, we can be done with it instead of having to come back again at the end of the meeting and refresh ourselves. I see a lot of nodding. John Peter, do I need to call for a motion, or can I just? Okay. Great. Okay. So the motion's on the floor as a standalone action item. This will not be part of the generic please consider. This is a specific action item to staff. All in favor of accepting the action? Oh, Ken? I really like it when I can let somebody else make these calls for me. So under the John Peter rule, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye. Opposed? 2 did I hear? Do folks want a hand vote? 2 opposed, abstentions? Let it be noted that the action item passes not unanimously by majority vote. Janice? 2, I believe. It was David, were you opposed? No, David, it was David Reed and Ken. Bob, were you opposed?
This type of what do you want to call it? Standardized data transfer has been tried time and time again. I've been involved in the past, and every agency wants to have their own independent, or every database wants to have, doesn't want to be told what to do. It doesn't work. So I think to me, it would be, the way I'm understanding at least, somewhat of a waste of time.
The NAMWA standards have worked. Do what?
Made and voted on.
Right.
The discussion shouldn't be allowed.
Move on.
Yeah, I just want to know why
Yeah, I find that really helpful. Yeah, I was just going to mention with the discussion on the private landowners that it might, and you probably would do this anyway, but it might be helpful to talk to the NRCS, even though they're not listed on, because they've had so much mapping and so much experience for that transfer, you know. And so as you plan, it might be, in the preliminary, it might be nice to include some of them because they might be able to help the group, you know.
Great. I would encourage anybody to talk with Chuck during break or something about this further. Let's move on, and I'd like to, Phyllis, how about research?
Before we look at the recommendations from the committee, I'll just note that we had a status update after the request that we passed last spring for USDA and Smithsonian to take a look at their capabilities in systematics and taxonomy. That effort is going to be led by ITAP with Hilda's assistance. And so in a year or so, there should begin to be some data that will come back to this group for their consideration. And it also appears there's a possibility that without the necessity of this group passing another recommendation, that Interior may consider doing a similar analysis. So now on to the 3 things that we identified going forward. We had 3 points, and then there are kind of some sub-points, explanatory notes under each one. The first one is that there needs to be emphasis placed on determining the economic and social impacts of invasive species. And we wanted to note that environmental economists do have methods that can be used for placing a value on ecosystem services. So even things that aren't sold in the marketplace can be part of an economic analysis. Much of the current economic impact information that is cited is woefully out of date. And we really need this economic analysis to communicate both with public and with Congress, which is the source of much of the funding for invasive species efforts. Unfortunately, the funding to do economic analyses, whether by ERS or by other agencies, can be hard to come by. And there probably needs to be both intramural and extramural funding for this kind of activity. Our second item is that continued discussion is needed on processes and the funding sources for program evaluation and measurement of effectiveness of biocontrol programs in order to improve them. If we don't find ways to evaluate the impact over the long term, we're never going to have good accountability for what we're doing. And we don't get the feedback even to ourselves to be able to improve these kinds of programs. Finally, ongoing federal support is critical for both intramural and extramural research that underpins EDRR and biocontrol and most of the things that this group worries about. And we listed a bunch of different research fields. This is not an all-inclusive list. You could make it as long as you wanted to. And actually, the economic analysis that we cite in item number 1 would probably also be helpful in making arguments to get funding for the research that underpins everything else. But our feeling was that if you don't have ongoing support, both in the federal agencies and in academic environments, for all of this research, we're going to simply stall out in terms of what we can do with EDRR, biocontrol, and everything else that we attempt. So those are our 3 points for consideration, not only for the next 3 years, but probably forever.
Phyllis, any questions or comments for subcommittee? Thank you very much. Organizational collaboration.
Okay, item 1, create a subcommittee to explore opportunities for coordination on landscape level invasive species. This is following up on because the Weed Summit has not been held yet, and it's coming in November. This is a placeholder so that we can take that data and take a look at it and decide what we're going to do with it and what the options are for the committee. So that's that one. That refers to item 5 in the 3-year planning. And then item 2 is engage with NIST staff to gather information on the extent, limitations, and conflicts with federal regulations, authorities, and policies. And that's to look at conflicting laws and regulations as they apply to, say, the Endangered Species Act, FLIPNA, Federal Land Management Policy Act, Sustained Yield, Multiple Use Sustained Yield Act, and other policies that come out of agencies. So those were the 2 that organizational collaboration came up with.
Any questions or comments on those? Not that it matters. I would just add my own comment that the ISAC has shown significant interest in the topic of conflicting regulations to the point where we were preparing to begin on a white paper. I personally certainly hope that this rises as a priority moving forward, for what it's worth. Engage. Says
I'm just trying to get clarity on the initial wording of number 2. It says engage with NIST staff. Is ISAC who is engaging with NIST staff? I'm trying to get a sense of who this is directed at specifically. Okay, so the action item is for NISC staff to engage with ISAC to gather information, correct? That's the intent?
Phil?
See how long it lasts. Phil Andrielzi, NISC staff. Just a quick question. The Weed Summit is going to be focused predominantly or entirely on the Western rangeland landscape issues. So is this saying focus specifically on Western rangeland landscape or landscapes in general? Because it kind of on land invasive species issues makes it sound like landscapes in general, and then which, to my relatively uneducated knowledge, is going to be specifically about one landscape.
I guess what I would just comment on that is this is already almost one of the priorities restated from the principles. And so I don't think we really need to elaborate much more other than say, we agree with you, this is a priority. Bill.
Discussion yesterday, the intent was to take what comes out of the Weed Summit and then apply it and look at it in a more general sense to a broader scope of similar issues.
Any additional questions or comments? We do have a standalone action item coming out of organizational collaboration, which is the bylaws recommendation that we started discussing yesterday. I guess we'll hold that temporarily, but we do need to address that still in this block of time. Yeah, well, Jerry's got it up separately, so that one will still be coming up. Any additional comment, question? Okay, let's move on then to control and management.
Okay, first, before we get into the recommendations, let's talk a little bit about what we did. We didn't have enough time, of course, but we went over the first white paper that you have all seen and the recommendations briefly, and we'll vote on that, I guess, later. Okay? The white paper and the recommendations. Okay. The second item is we took a look at the second white paper, which you have not seen, the committee as a whole, and those recommendations. We've got them into a condition which the subcommittee approves, and I am tasked, I don't know if it's my task, is to submit them to the full ISAC before Thanksgiving. You will now have 3 months or 4 months to work them over. Get me any corrections that the full ISAC has. I will incorporate them, and they will come up for a vote next meeting. And that will finish the biological control section. Okay? Okay. Now, had a couple of recommendations. Do you want to take that, Joe?
Well, do we want to deal with the priority, the 3-year priority first, like everybody else, and then get to the...
No. Yes, that's what I mean.
So, Stas, we might want to go to our 4 points.
Yeah. We don't want to bring those up first. Yeah.
We can.
I did send to you.
We had basically just 2. Are you going to talk about those, Joe?
Yeah, I'll talk about them. I as soon as we can get them up there.
Please, no.
Yeah. We've looked at it several times. It's gone through all of ISAC, subcommittee more than once.
And every one of you have had months to read it.
Me too.
That's good to know.
Do you just want me to give you a copy of mine? Yeah.
Of course, Jerry's on the subcommittee and was supposed to be writing these down, but
Okay, so one more thing that I'll just mention right now. The one thing I think we still need to do as a group, we've got these bullets from the different subcommittees. We're still needing the overarching sentence to tie those together to make an answer. And so they will get close here. We will do that before we move to the white paper.
come on. How's he doing?
Okay, so you got it? There it
Okay,
is.
we got him in.
Okay, the first priority or recommendation to NISC is overlaps with prevention and what Stas already discussed, and that is to address the lack of federal authority to stop the movement of injurious animals as well as animal pathogens into the U.S. and also within the country, state to state, region to region. So that's an overlap. The second one is to address the lack of federal authority to address species that affect infrastructure, not just wildlands and agriculture. And examples of that that Eric brought up were the Formosan termites and crazy ants and other things, which still would be considered invasive. The third one is a reoccurring theme that Bob brought up, others have mentioned, and that is conflicting federal policies, laws, and regulations on control and management of invasive species. And the fourth one is really driven by the sage-grouse issue. We've known for many years that cheatgrass, downy brome is the cause, and Medusa head and others are the cause of these enormous fire risks within the West. But the whole sage-grouse issue has put this in the forefront now, and in this meeting as well. And so the subcommittee thought that perhaps we could be a little more foresighted and look at some other potential issues that are driven by human pathogens or major economic issues or endangered species issue. In this case, the sage-grouse was an endangered species issue, and get on top of these before they just pop up. The recommendation is to identify a couple of focal species that could galvanize agencies to focus on developing landscape management programs. Right. Right.
I would respectfully disagree with that statement because there is no lack of federal authority. There is lack of use of federal authority. And maybe the specifics on that is too much for a bullet statement, but I think that's misleading that there's a lack of authority because somebody's going to go running to Congress saying, well, we got to pass a law. No, all we got to do is sort out what we've already got on the books.
I think that was the intent, David. So you want me to just change that, or you can change that? Stops the lack of the use of federal authority. The number 2 would be the address the lack of use of federal authority. I mean, again, these are something that Jamie is going to interpret. Yeah.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion. Dave Starling.
Hello, hello.
This is Dave Starling. If we go back to the executive order that gives rise to the NISC and so forth, right on down through to our own advisory committee, I question whether we actually can find any authority for animal pathogens in that executive order. If you take a look at the specific wording, it addresses human pathogens, not animal pathogens. And also the statutory authorities that are listed in the executive order are no longer current, which the Animal Health Protection Act supersedes.
Recommending.
Yeah. It'd be great to see what language you're referring to, because my memory of 13112 is it doesn't go into that level of detail. Yeah. But it does include broader reference to agency responsibilities and no harm and so forth. So I don't think it opts us out. Yeah, we can talk about this. An executive order puts intent out there. It's not necessarily going to limit us the way a statute might limit us.
Yeah, if you see 4 dashes.
Okay, so noted.
I changed them this morning.
Additional discussion on the motion on the floor, which is to accept the action item as presented. Seeing no additional comments or questions, I'd like to, we have a motion and a second. I'd like to call the question. All those in favor of accepting this action item, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstentions. Let it be noted that the motion passed with 1 nay and 2 abstentions.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, everybody. The next thing I'd like to move to then, what's next on the list? Go ahead.
So the file labeled action item 1. So this action item, essentially the action item is the same as this last one. It's a 1-sentence action item saying that we are submitting for consideration these items. And what is in the body of that then are all of the comments that you all gave me yesterday. And so I wanted to tell you a little bit about what I did with these. I put these into 5 general categories, and when there were a lot of duplicates, I summarized and said most of the members or 2 of the members or something like that. And then when there were items that were more specific, I kind of spelled those out specifically, although sometimes I summarized them because some people gave me full paragraphs, and I wanted to put this into bulleted forms. So essentially everything that people submitted to me yesterday by email, by slip of paper, or whispering up here, I think is in this document put into these 5 categories. So our action item is the first sentence, that NISC staff shall take into consideration the following Isaac member comments when making future meeting decisions. And then these are just our comments and our ideas for their consideration. And again, it's a comprehensive list of what you gave me with essentially no editing or leaving anything out, except some of these are summarized just to make them into bullet points.
We will email this around later.
Someone else's ideas right now. These are just ideas. The action items.
So the only discussion that the chair will entertain is the first sentence. Otherwise, we're tinkering with someone else's words.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I think we're going to send this out too.
Yeah, you will receive it.
Right, but I mean, we've got time, right?
We still have to approve a white paper recommendations in the bylaws.
Okay, never mind.
So.
Did we get an email? I'll make a motion that we approve.
Is that a second?
Yeah.
Okay. I have a motion and a second discussion. Again, to reiterate, what we're recommending is that NISC staff consider members' opinions. And if you, as you read through it, you'll find that on some items, one person says white, the other says black.
Yeah,
and it's all in there, you know.
But it's just a raw suggestion. Each individual committee is saying there's no individuals.
Yeah, there is no endorsement of any of these. I have a motion and a second. Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed? Abstentions? We have unanimous approval. Yes. Yes, absolutely. Well, they'll probably go out as a separate email. I mean, they're ready to go now. There's no intent. So you'll be able to see what your fellow members all have suggested.
I think we're going to find some way in the future to ask for process feedback on a regular basis so that we can continue to improve the ISAC process. And I think we'll just consider this a starting point in that. This was the easiest way to get it done at this meeting.
If when we review this, we feel that the gist of what we submitted got lost, are we able to send that information?
I think any of us at any time have the ability to contact Jamie or anyone else and say, here's what I think. And if you're not doing that already, you should be anyway. Bonnie.
The list is longer than what we're just seeing on the screen, right?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Marshall.
As a matter of protocol, I hope in the future we're not voting on things we have not read.
Okay, let's move on then. Do you have? Okay, let's move into the white paper. Well, we've got, okay. Yeah, let's do action items first, then we'll go to recommendations. Ken, bylaws.
Okay, so we reviewed these bylaws yesterday. Did everybody have a chance to review them additionally last night and have anything to offer before we get into approving the bylaws as presented? Then the organizational collaboration subcommittee would like to make. Kelsey, were they sent out last night? No. Okay.
Sneak a peek, I couldn't find them, so.
Do you, Janice, would you like to go through these?
Just,
Well, you mentioned they'd come, I just hadn't seen them, I just wanted to make sure.
once again, to remind everybody, we are not voting on bylaws. We are voting on sending recommendations to NISC staff as they prepare our new bylaw.
Okay, the Organizational Collaboration Subcommittee would like to recommend that NISH staff take into consideration the following ISEC members' comments concerning bylaws for the Invasive Species Advisory Committee.
Yes. I already forgot the John Peter rule. Okay. So we have a motion and a second. Any motion? Again, I would recognize that many of us would quibble about words or tiny phrases, but we're asking them to consider this stuff. With no further discussion, all those in favor of this action item, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Let it be noted, passed unanimously. Thank you to the Organizational Collaboration Subcommittee for all the work you did on this, and a special thanks to Ken and Marshall for all the work you did that we threw away. Aha! There's a number of things I could say and won't. It might damage his social standing, Marshall. I don't know, but White paper. Joe. Bob.
Okay, everyone knows that this is the first of two white papers coming up to you. First, Joe wrote it. I did most of the editing, and I want to thank all of you members, especially the subcommittee, who worked really hard in getting this in the final shape that it's in. Of course, we said there'll be another white paper coming up next meeting, and I tried to coerce Joe into remaining because he can stay if he wishes for a little bit longer, but he is elected not to. So this is going to be his swan song on white paper number 1. And then I'll pick up on white paper number 2. So this is actually Joe's work with a lot of modification that went on by a number of us. So I'll let Joe take this and then also take the recommendations when we come to that.
Okay, this started many years ago. So there's a lot of ISAC members who actually contributed to this who are no longer on ISAC. So it's a group effort beyond this group, previous groups too. We started with a single white paper and it just kept expanding, and because more and more issues came up with biological control and issues, and many of these issues originated from federal and academic scientists who were having problems dealing with the current situation. So as we built on this, the paper got longer and longer, and ultimately it was 15 pages, single space, not counting, I don't think, maybe before I even counted the literature citation section. And then Eric called me and said, this is just too long, and it's two different audiences we're targeting. So we split, that's how it got to be 2 papers. Okay, so the first paper deals really with the integration, with including integrated pest management in it, and the second paper, which is the one you're going to deal with in the next meeting, really deals mainly with federal agencies and the regulatory aspects and the problems of getting biocontrol. It's sort of the pre-release problems. This one is the post-release issues. So we dealt with this one first, and we sent it around and within the subcommittee many times. I worked on it for probably a month and a half on my sabbatical. That's why I had to go to Italy. I had to drink heavily. So anyway, it's been through many iterations, and I hope it's in its final form. Then Bob took my paper, or the paper, not my paper, it's our subcommittee paper, and isolated out all of the recommendations that really came from the paper itself. So the recommendations that we're going to vote on are directly related to the things we are recommending within the white paper. They're not independent of the white paper at all. And there's 5 of them. And I don't know if Bob, you want to vote on the paper first or the recommendations first? Okay. So if there's any other comments on the paper, I'm more than happy to discuss those, but I'm not sure if anybody does have any, without doing the trivial wordsmithing, maybe just conceptual type stuff.
Yeah, great. And I already got consensus from the group that they don't want to line by line it. So the chair would be perfectly willing to, this is brought forward by the subcommittee under the John Peter rule and through the Kelsey clause. We have a motion and a second to approve this paper. Discussion. Ken. Yeah.
Thanks. I can tell you when I first started this, I said, there's no way I could do this. But it was like eating an elephant, one bite at a time. And eventually things came together with the help of so many people.
Chris.
biofuels.
Now that I'm done. In other words, do you see a pub coming out of this?
Yeah, I know that's what you're saying. I mean, the publication out of this. We can.
And I don't read the journals anymore because I'm a bureaucrat, but it might be a good fit for the invasive species journal that is really focused to practitioners, because that's the audience for this. I don't expect anyone, I don't expect a lot of folks at the PhD level to be reviewing this and being like, oh, this is brilliant. But I do think that there are a lot of practitioners at the federal, state, tribal, local level that would gain value from adhering to some of the practices that we outline. Some clearly are, but a lot has changed in biocontrol in just the last 10, 15 years. And that those changes in BMPs still have to make it into the everyday practices of the everyday practitioner. So I think that's our target audience. And if there's maybe a more forgiving journal, perhaps, not Nature, but something else that would be a good fit, then that would be a good opportunity.
I think it would fit into it. It can go into invasive species or invasive plant. Nah, I don't want to go into invasive plant journal. It's got to go into a all-encompassing journal, possibly. Perhaps as a review article, because a review. If I did it, I would probably combine both papers into one and throw out the recommendations because they're really for NISC.
Discussion. We have a motion second to approve the white paper. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Note passed unanimously. Let my thanks to an amazing effort. Thank you. Let's move in.
Thanks.
You get the. We look at questions.
Well, if you like the paper, you should be okay with the recommendations. Bob pulled them right out of the paper. So, would you like me to go through them one by one? Is that? Okay.
Let's go through them one by one. However, there'll be one vote.
Okay. Okay. Great. So the first recommendation, and a lot of these apply to the different points as they sequentially within the paper. Federal land management agencies that oversee and conduct, this is what ISAC recommends, and conduct control operations utilizing biologic control agents should do so in the context of an adaptive IPM strategy by partnering with federal, state, tribal, and local scientists and agencies of relevant pest management disciplines to improve the effectiveness of biological control agents. While we recognize, and in the paper it includes, that there are examples where this is already being done, so I know that's brought up, it's not universal, and that's what we're recommending. Okay, should I go through two, or do you want to discuss these one by one? Good idea. I added tribal, and I should add territorial in there too. Okay, you got that stuff. Okay. Okay. Number 2, federal land management agencies should place increased emphasis on post-release monitoring to provide feedback and input to the decision-making process and enhance the success and economic performance of biological control programs. To accomplish this, project funding must be assured for the full duration of the project, as well as the broader framework of the IPM approach. And again, there are times when this is being done, and there are sometimes restrictions in not being able to get full funding over a long period of time, but there are other cases that Bob has indicated where it can be done. But we're making this recommendation because we think it's an important consideration in developing this biocontrol program. Number 3, federal land management agencies should include long-term stewardship and sustainability of desired ecosystem function as the ultimate goal of all biological control programs. To this end, IPM programs may include ecological rehabilitation that will provide resilience to the ecosystem and help prevent reinvasion or replacement of one invasive species with another. This will require coordination among many local, state, tribal, and I guess perhaps we could include territorial in here too, and federal agencies, including those responsible for developing the biological control programs and those in charge of resource management. So it's putting, again, biological control in the context of the ecosystem. We had a lot of discussion about this in the last 2 days. Rather than just a standalone control program, let's look at what we're really trying to achieve in the long term. Yeah, well, I like to use ecosystem services tends to imply to me that it's a service for humans. I like the word function because it's more, it incorporates all functions, whether it be for humans or not. And it's like, what is the function of the ecosystem? To recharge water for native plants, whatever it might be. So they're very similar, but I guess I prefer this term. I think function is, so if I said what's an ecosystem function might include pollinators. It might include, increased pollinators. It could include carbon storage. There's all kinds of things that could be included in function. Yeah.
The only comment I would have is the university fall under state, or do we need to include a lot of our research? I can see some people not realizing that the university is kind of a state agency. Yeah, well, right. But I mean,
Yeah, well, this I was thinking this as a recommendation to NISC to government agencies rather than, because I don't think it's under the jurisdiction of NISC, you know, or the agencies to the universities. So, but you can include in collaboration with the academics. Say academics. That's fine. To one partnering with IPM strategies, partnering with federal, state, tribal, territorial, and local scientists and agencies. Yeah, local scientists kind of covered it. Yeah. This will include coordination with local, state, tribal, and federal agencies. Then I would put that independent because these are agencies and academics aren't an agency. And academia.
Any other comments on the
Okay, 4 was split in 2. Now it's 4 and 5, so because it's a different group. So 4 now is responsible federal agencies should give increased attention during selection of biological control agents for release to 1, characterizing natural enemy candidates using morphological taxonomy or genetic markers at the onset of the program. 2, utilizing climate matching models to accurately determine the most likely areas of successful establishment of candidate agents. 3, understanding biological control agents' host finding behavior and attack rates efficacy. And 4, recognizing the most relevant habitat characteristics associations of biological control agents in their place of origin to better predict rates of colonization, spread, and impact in the invaded range. It's a lot there. It's based on Bob Nowinski's paper that he wrote a couple of years ago that showed how much you can improve the efficacy of biological control when you really look at the ecology of the system and the biology of the organism, rather than just going out, finding a native range, grabbing an insect, and hoping it gets established. So that's what this is really directed to. Okay, so we split this because this one really, the number 4 really deals with those individuals and USDA individuals who are developing the biological control agents or doing the research, and then this one deals with the practitioners. So it's when biocontrol is used, federal land management agencies should consider utilizing the information made available from the federal regulatory agencies to more effectively implement biological control programs. It's in essence saying, use that information from number 4 in the field post-release to help make your programs more efficient. On number 4 or number? No, not really. Maybe we should have expanded that. I mean, Yeah. Hmm. Yeah. Okay. I'm okay with that. Yeah. Yeah. There you go. You just did it. Okay. I think I didn't see anything, and maybe I missed it that implied it was only terrestrial. I think everything would apply to aquatics as well, wouldn't it? Or I mean, it's not just plants either. It's insects, everything, aquatics, so forth. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, one thing that I had to be reeled in on quite a bit is because I'm typically thinking in terms of invasive plants, and then other people say, you know, you got to expand your thought process to include everything. So I was trying to be sensitive to that and all of this stuff. Yeah, I can see that. I would just add and other sources. Well, I'd like to say reputable sources. Reliable sources or scientific. Yeah, something like that. Not all of it's peer reviewed, but yeah, okay. Yeah, I agree. My, the idea was that the tag is going to have so much information in there, and that this is the, and it's going to be a reviewed source. So this would be the type of information you wanted to use. It's a little bit like that.
thank you very much. It's been a long road, and you're halfway home now with one paper approved. It's really great. Just a comment from my head. I've really been impressed with how ISAC has produced white papers that end up having significant impacts and relevancy. And so my hat's off to all of us. One thing that brought that to mind specifically was I was recently at a meeting where we got a presentation on what they're doing in the Great Lakes with web crawlers to control e-commerce of invasive species. And a lot of that stuff came out of the e-commerce paper that was generated by this group. So it takes a while sometimes, and I know there's lots of examples of how our white papers have actually changed the way people think about issues. So congratulations to all of us. Thank you. We're ahead of schedule. According to my list, we have no additional action items, recommendations, or white papers to be considered. Have I missed anything? Okay. Oh, John Peter. And John Peter, quickly correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't you tell me that the library even contains a copy of Linnaeus? So those of you who are going, I'm envious. So once again, my hat's off to the steering committee. They anticipated that this is about how much time it would take for us to work through this, which allows us some extra time for a secret special event. Well, not so secret, not so special, but I'll let Jamie take it from here.
This is your opportunity to introduce and show off your pumpkins, your invasive species themed pumpkins. So Chuck, why don't you start us off by bringing your pumpkin into the walkway here, the runway for the pumpkin. And, you know, be sure to let us in on the thinking that went behind this, how it's invasive species themed, you know, all the important details. And this is the pumpkin representing the Control and Management Subcommittee. EDRR pumpkin, okay.
The key thing about bringing it here was I had to cross state lines. So I had to go check online. And English Ivy. So class 1 is regulated class 2. Right. So I didn't break any laws right here, but
Could we get all of the subcommittee chairs to come back here with their pumpkins so we can get a picture of everyone together? Yeah, just stand right here so we can get your picture as a group.
We'll post this so all those who are thinking about nominating for the new ISAC will.
all right.
That's one of the scariest Halloween shots I've ever seen. Let's go ahead and break a little bit early, and we will reconvene at 10:45. Yeah.
We still have to do that.
Susan sent you an email asking you to distribute all the donations. And then you came back and said you
Well, yeah, you want to do small. I would say.
I'm getting ready to send you guys an update of that, the membership list. Okay. Well, I'm gonna send you this, so it shows. I don't know about this shopping. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. And when I talk about either animal and Yeah. Yeah, inquiry into this one. Yeah. One. So we can I'm getting ready to add in the staff. So here's. I'm just. Yeah. We're definitely. So people who are not seeking and indicated. As of this month, so I'll add in ASAP. You'll see.
Wi-Fi isn't what everybody is voting for.
I know, this is horrible. This is awful. I mean, every time I turn around, it's dropping, and then I gotta go into the VPN all over again.
Yeah. Yep. Okay.
You know, one of the things I have and that's a fairly significant
Yeah. Yeah.
That's probably
Okay. So what I would do is send an email letting us know that point, and then if you're interested in the proposed stay with those. Ours, I'm going to put together a spreadsheet to track if specific needs arise for the pathway. So we would just send that to policy and then how to track that would be great.
try to think
Great. Fingers crossed. Well, and I'd like to do some more interaction with the field. There are clear interfaces there. When I mentioned Invasive Summit, put SDR in the back of your mind, what about the timing is overlapping with this so yeah, but yeah, I mean, I think very highly of the side of this and there has been a good interaction before. I would actually. Yeah, she's. I don't think we've ever met. I know she's single. If not, we'll find other ways. Well, yeah. This group is not going to happen. And there may be getting the relationship going. Every other year. That's not an uncommon place to have meetings, so it's going to be pretty. Yeah, we've got a restaurant down. So, that's kind of very easily the last South American meeting.
Yeah, so I just especially this one.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah, so I definitely want to, that's on my to-do list to connect with them further. That way, maybe summit.
Let's work on reconvening.
Mike's on one side of the table. Yeah, I can't.
send you, just as I said, a personal suggestion for a 3-year item that we should consider. If I didn't, we ran out of time. Welcome back, everyone. I was both delighted and dismayed to see that we finally had enough time in break that members were able to wander out and take a look at the absolute treasures that they put on display. I'm delighted because I think it's great. I'm dismayed because we've been so busy that, you know, everybody had their 20 seconds now. So hopefully attendance for John Peters' special tour just leapt up. The next session, we're going to have a presentation from Jamie about ISAC moving forward and upward.
So I was given on this agenda 4 tasks for us to collectively accomplish during this session. So right now, I'm going to give a little bit of background on what's being called the function, structure, and processes for ISAC. Then with Kelsey's help, we'll give you a little bit of update on the ISAC nomination process. You all will then go into officer elections. Actually, I guess I'll just mention the next ISAC meeting prior to that, and then we can do officer elections. So the first thing I want to underscore, and what I'm about to put on the screen with regard to function, structure, and processes, this is all in the proposal stage. Okay, none of this is set in stone. We explicitly didn't want to take any further steps until we got input from ISAC members. So that can all be taken into consideration with regard to next steps. Various points of the process have been in internal staff discussion. All of it has at some level risen to principal level discussion, but none of it is at a point of consensus or explicit next steps. Again, to underscore, we wanted to wait to see what you all had to say about how to make NISC and ISACs work together more effective and efficient. So again, this is all a what? Proposal going forward. Okay, I just really want us to all be clear that this is where our current thinking is. And between here and spring, things could end up somewhat or substantially different than what I'm about to put up here, okay?
So this is the final decision?
Only with regard to you. All right, so the goal in this process is to increase the effectiveness and efficiency of ISAC to provide advice to NISC. That is the one and only role of ISAC and other FACA committees, to provide advice. So in order to do that effectively, we need the enabling environment to be in place. And here's, with some consultation with your officers, what we feel needs to be in place for ISAC to effectively provide advice to NISC. Ideally, and is the intent for advisory committees, the federal government, in this case NISC, asks for advice. That is advice that they have prioritized, such as the list of 5 that you received, and it's specific enough for ISAC to know the who, what, how, and when in terms of delivering that advice. ISAC as a whole has the technical capacity, as well as the network out to other experts to be able to provide that advice. So in other words, you're not throwing a request for something that the group just does not have the capacity to respond to. ISAC understands the request. So in other words, there's a good congruence between what was asked and what the group understands it is to deliver, then delivers on that request, NISC receives the advice, and then NISC responds to the advice. Circular pattern, and it's important that the last bullet happens in order for you all to stay motivated to do it again, right? So that's the enabling environment that we're working towards establishing as we move forward. So a lot of the recommendations in terms of how we're thinking about improving our processes go back to achieving what I would call this goal set, okay? Also, with regard to the enabling environment, we've started discussion on how we can increase the capacity of the policy liaisons in our process. That's a big part of the making sure the federal government is asking for the advice and in place to receive the advice. So we want to make sure that we're getting policy liaisons to the table. That's literally and figuratively. And that they're capable of adding value to the process as we go forward. They've got a good sense of what kind of advice their department needs, and they've got the ability to take ISAC's advice back into their department or agency so that it responds effectively to the request that came forward. We're looking at ways to build the capacity of the policy liaisons. There's been a tremendous amount of turnover in policy liaisons over the years. We just had 2 turnovers recently with DOD and Department of State. And it would make their jobs, I think, a lot easier and more effective if we identify staff leads for a number of the departments. We talked about dividing that up according to staff portfolios, so those relationships make sense in terms of staff portfolios. Developing a handbook for policy liaisons, so when they're asked to step into that job, they've got a sense of what's going to be expected of them and how to go forward. We've discussed developing a fact sheet for each department. So an invasive species fact sheet for Health and Human Services, for one for USAID, et cetera, that helps the policy liaisons contextualize the invasive species issue for their own reference, but also for messaging within their departments. In many cases, the policy liaisons are not technical experts on invasive species themselves. So we need to help them become really good communicators and facilitators within their own departments in order for this process to work effectively. And in that regard, there are going to be cases where some of the policy liaisons are going to need more coaching from staff than others in order to figure out how most effectively to message the issue, network with their colleagues within their departments, and draw the resources back out of their departments that are needed by this group to do their work effectively. Where's the background information? Where are the experts within the departments that can contribute to providing information that needs to feed into the advice that we've been asked to give? And then to do a better job of tracking the work of the policy liaisons in terms of their effectiveness in their departments, and again, looking at that from the perspective of how can we help them be even more effective in what they're doing. Part of that goes to the reporting process in terms of their ability to bring summaries back to this group based on information that you've requested, based on prior recommendations and action items. And then, as you've noticed, we've already begun to re-engage the departments at the principal level. It's happened within the 3 co-chair departments. There's an indication that other departments are willing to go there, so to speak, as well. And that's something that we'll want to grow over time. But with some of the departments, honestly, right now, it's getting even the policy liaisons re-engaged as a top priority, and then moving up to the principals within those departments to get that support. Membership, this is a non-federal advisory committee that is intended to be a multi-stakeholder body. That will not change. There are three groups that we've identified going through the representation data over time that seem to be underrepresented as a pattern. The tribal community, the bylaws currently indicate there are 2 seats to be set aside, or the 2008 bylaws indicated that there were 2 seats set aside for tribes and states. We've done a much better job at drawing the states to be members of ISAC than we have the tribes. As you all know, many of the non-governmental organizations in the environmental sector anyway have not taken this issue on as a major priority. And so we've had less engagement from the environmentally oriented NGOs on this issue, on this committee, than many other committees have. You look at the Coral Reef Task Force and there's tremendous amount of participation from the NGO community. But there are some smaller NGOs out there that have an explicit mission focused on invasive species or an issue that's very relevant to invasive species. And I think we need to do a better job of reaching out to those groups and letting them know that they're invited to this process in some way, shape, or form. And then the business sector, we've had participation at the trade association level, the larger corporate level has participated. We haven't had, I think, any interest from this, I'd say, medium to relatively small scale business sector that's intimately involved with this issue. Whether or not that would fit some of the criteria in terms of membership going forward kind of remains to be seen, but we just haven't been seeing the interest, the nominations coming in from that group. This is intended to be an experts group. It's intended to be able to provide high quality advice. In the past, the Federal Register notice could be interpreted to mean people who are technical experts only in the invasive species issue. In other words, your resume had to say invasive species as every 3rd or 4th word in order to qualify. I think our interpretation is at this point broadening, that anybody who has technical expertise that's relevant to the invasive species issue has the possibility of being a member of ISAC. So you do not need to explicitly be an invasive species guru. If you have expertise, for example, in restoration ecology, but invasive species is not every 3rd word on your resume, you still potentially have an appropriate role to play on ISAC. We've also been doing a lot of discussion about the importance of ISAC members having process capacities. And you'll note in the last Federal Register notice that this was explicitly named out. It was not in prior Federal Register notices. And that is evidence of capacities to advise leadership. It is the key role that you all have. Clear capacities in teamwork, obviously a major functional component of this group. Project management, those are things like the ability to put out white papers and reports, and networking. As Bill Brown mentioned, one of the intents of ISAC was not just to provide expert advice, but also to have people engaged who were well connected within their peer community of interest. I think it's the language that's in the current Federal Register notice. So you had the ability to go out to your constituency to gather information that might be relevant to bring to ISAC, but you are also well positioned to take information that you might receive through this process and bring it out to others. So it's a two-way streak. So the ability to network with a constituency is also an important process for ISAC members. Obviously, we're looking for people who can be highly participatory. That means the ability to attend meetings, right? At least 2 meetings a year, and to be fully participating during those meetings. That means once you get to wherever the meeting's being held, you actually show up in the room for the full period of time, and that you're actively interested in the work that's going on and in engaging in some certain way. This is not a value judgment on introvert versus extrovert, just to make that clear. But that there's a clear intent to be engaged and participatory. And then participation between meetings. And I'm underscoring this one because my sense is there's going to be, as this evolves, a call for greater participation between meetings. These 3 points I think are really important in terms of people self-selecting in terms of whether this is going to fit for them in the future, because I suspect we're going to move into a situation where there's going to be higher participation demands than there may have been in the past. Size. This is one point that has been discussed well before I arrived at the principal level within the Department of Interior, at least, and that is the idea of reducing the size of ISAC over time. This is a very large advisory committee. I don't know if there are any advisory committees out there by comparison that have ever been this large. There are a couple factors related to that. Makes it very expensive to run. A very large percentage of our budget goes to running ISAC. Tremendous amount of staff time to run when it's this large, and it can make the processes pretty cumbersome, as we've seen from time to time, and trying to move aspects of the meeting forward. I don't anticipate that this would be the kind of situation where, you know, you come back in the spring and you find it half the size it is now. The intent would be to reduce over time, while maintaining, if not enhancing, the caliber of the experts in the process, so that there can be a balance within our needs, and also, of course, maintaining the balance of expertise, of region, and those sorts of things have to be taken into consideration of networks. But it isn't a very expensive and very time-consuming process. So if we can accomplish some of the same goals as well or even better with a smaller group, that's certainly under consideration. No magical number has been put out there. It's purely an interest in efficiency. Okay, in terms of operations, it's been working well. I don't think there's any interest in changing the officer process. What we are going to need to do over time is increase our capacity for recording the meetings and being able to report back out on the meetings. Originally, the secretary's role was envisioned to be the note taker for the entire meeting. That hasn't turned out to be practical. It's not necessarily fair to that individual because it really pulls them away from their own participation in the process. We don't have the budget right now to hire somebody, court reporter or otherwise, as has been done in the past, to record meetings. So this is one of those areas where we haven't yet figured it out. We need to figure it out. And by the next meeting, we will have figured it out. As you picked up during this meeting, there has been a discussion of moving from the current subcommittees to what we're calling task teams. The difference being that the current subcommittees have been ongoing. They've kind of had to come up with their own agendas because the requests for advice have not been there as well as they could have been. They've been effective within the environment that they've needed to operate in. Hopefully our environment as we move forward will be closer to the enabling environment presented at the beginning. And in that circumstance, it's likely going to make more sense to move to task teams that are time delimited, very focused. They know when their commitments are due. They know specifically what their commitments are in terms of time and energy and output. So the task teams would pop up, they'd work for a while, that task team would be dissolved, other task teams would pop up, and so forth. There has also been a discussion about the potential need for having a few very targeted standing committees that would be different than what we've been doing as subcommittees. There are some recognized gaps within the federal authorities and programs and so forth, where there may be some utility in knowing you've got a group of people committed to, at a moment's call, providing advice on topic X. I'll give an example from this meeting. Dave mentioned the potential concern of the Pseudomonas fluorescens on aquatic or human health. That might be the kind of thing where you'd want to have a standing aquatic pathogens committee to say, hey, this is an important process in play. You know, we need the expert opinion on this ASAP. Can you all pull it together by such and such date and such form? And they respond. So in other words, it'd be a group that you just throw those urgent and important emergent questions at. Again, nothing set in stone here. This is all in discussion, but that one popped up to me as an example during this meeting where something like that could be of added value. In the past, you all have had a steering committee. If the task team model is what emerges, it may be of value to transfer at least the title of that to a coordinating committee that involves the officers as well as the ISAC member lead on each of those task teams. So the task teams would be envisioned to have at least one staff person tending to them, probably a federal lead that would not necessarily be the same as a staff person, and then an ISAC person leading. So we know we've got good leadership on those task teams and that there's good communication. So if you imagine the ISAC representative for each of those task teams communicating with the officers in terms of next meeting needs, et cetera, I think it makes sense as a model to make sure those task teams have what they need at the next meeting to do their jobs. So I think it's the same intent, it's just a different terminology. Food and drink, this is, again, one of these problems that we've been working to solve over time. We haven't resolved this yet. This is one of the things that the steering committee will take up between now and the spring meeting, but we will get that resolved. We're not comfortable with the situation that you all arrive here and there isn't coffee and there isn't water and there isn't tea, and that we're not keeping you all well nurtured. So we want to make sure that happens as we're going forward. It's an important part of the process. Location. There has been discussion about having future meetings in Washington, D.C. This meets a number of the criteria that are on the enabling environment page. It increases the likelihood that the federal family will show up at the meeting, and the particular federal family that is in the leadership roles. Principals are not going to fly out to a meeting far from here. And in many cases, the policy liaisons do not have the capacity to fly out to external meetings. It also increases the probability that we'll get more engagement from the public, maybe even the media, which may be important in some of the things we're thinking about further down the line as principal engagement gets higher in the process. I have started tentative discussions, and again, I'm using the word tentative like I was using the word proposed earlier, with the Smithsonian Institution about being the host for future meetings. There is an interest on their part in doing that. There are some clear advantages to that, one of them being that we wouldn't be paying the site fees that we sometimes pay at other locations, so that money can be recouped into the process for task teamwork, et cetera. It also means we may be able to plan far ahead in terms of space use, because we'd have a consistent target for space, which makes planning for dates and times and logistics a lot easier. So again, we're not using Kelsey's staff time repeatedly on activities that she could be doing that were more constructive in terms of the work of ISAC. That said, there has been an expressed interest, and again, this is a has reached a principal level discussion that if we commit to the DC meetings, that there still be opportunities provided for task teams to do field-based meetings that would be meaningful to the work they are doing. And again, this is about, efficiency, where we go on a meeting outside of DC in a specific location. What we're doing there as a field trip may be of interest to 5 people in particular out of the entire group, and the entire group is appreciative perhaps of being there, but it's not necessarily adding significant value in their abilities to provide advice and so forth. So this would be very targeted, so that those that were going on this field trip all found added value in doing so. This is the one I'm personally most excited about potentially bringing into this process. I've had in the back of my mind the question of how do we make these meetings more attractive to the federal family to re-engage in? How do we add value for all of you in terms of your attendance and in some ways building the expertise that you all already bring to the table? And how can we reach beyond the non-federal and federal family to bring some other people to the table that might not have thought about invasive species as being as important to the work they're doing as it actually is? So the concept here would be to have a one-day, what I'm calling Innovation Summit event before the ISAC meeting starts. This would be a scientific and technical meeting focused on presentations related to cutting edge science and technology that help us bring the conversation on invasive species from it's too hard, it's too challenging, we don't have the knowledge on how to take this problem on, to let's get out there and do it now. So the vision would be approximately half the day on cutting edge science and research that advances our ability to prevent, control, and eradicate invasives or restore habitats. Maybe a quarter of the day on advancing technologies. Many of you have mentioned during this meeting new apps that are showing up, for example, for ID and transmitting information. And then potentially a quarter of the day dedicated to working groups that would put forward those next 5 big questions or next 5 big needs in technology that would help us move the needle on this issue forward. The vision at the moment is that this would be an open meeting, a public meeting. I've talked to NSF and I've talked to the Smithsonian about potentially working with us to take the lead in this. Both are very interested in doing so. Smithsonian's already said they're potentially interested in hosting it. There are resources out there for funding innovation projects within the Smithsonian that Smithsonian staff may be able to get access to in supporting this. So we would find a way, if this is to happen, to bring you all in for this. And then the next 2 days would be working level meetings in the vein of what we've been doing thus far. And this is what, in the long run, meetings may evolve to under the current thinking. My sense is this is kind of moving towards an ideal. I don't know if we can actually make this kind of transition between now and spring. Or if other nuances will come into this thinking, but I'm just putting this out there as boilerplate for what might, again, meet those enabling environment criteria better than we've been able to do thus far. So day one would be the general organizational presentations that you all are very familiar with, the responses to prior recommendations, the reports from the policy liaisons, members forum if in fact there's an interest in continuing to do that or some version thereof, and then a direction to the task teams from their leads, or a reiteration thereof is probably more the case, because I suspect in most of these cases they'll be working continually And then the second part of day one would be the task teams getting down and into their work. Day two would be in the morning, again, the task teams continuing to work and developing their recommendations. In some cases, task teams may not have recommendations for every meeting because of where they are in the course of their work, in which case, updates on their work might be envisioned. Then the afternoon of day two, and I think this is the piece where we need to put the most thought to add the most value in comparison to the process that ISAC's been under for the last 15 years. And that would be to bring the principals in at this stage in the meeting to give any announcements. This is where the potential media piece comes in. Any announcements that are relevant to the invasive species issue from their departments. For ISAC to make recommendations directly to the principals, so you know that the principals are actually hearing what your recommendations are and perhaps some of the thinking behind them. So there's a contextualization to the recommendations. Enable some discussion on that where there might be a need for clarity or connecting dots, or even knowing who you are in the room and how you all can help as a group to move from recommendation to response. And then followed by a reception that might include one person, at least one person has already suggested a poster session, potentially media interviews that could involve you all and the principals and so forth. So it would be a very different, higher level process in terms of how the recommendations are moved forward. And my hope would be, again, back to that enabling environment, create an atmosphere where the work of ISAC is going more directly to the senior government staff that are in a position to influence those recommendations getting moved into staff level operations. Does that make sense? So dark, but everybody's in that picture. So you want me to just keep going? Yeah, so that was the overview on the structure, function, and process. I'm just asking Bob what he wants to do in terms of process for time.
I would entertain some questions and discussion as long as everybody keeps in mind that nothing is decided. This is all kind of conceptual stuff, so if you want to know details, forget. I've got Lonnie, then Bill, then Steve.
I'm excited about day two, and I'm just curious. And of course the reception has all kinds of potential and again added network, so we know each other better, because that's always to me been a shortcoming of the group. Shouldn't day two almost be day one, where we hear from the principals' announcements at the very beginning and have the opportunity to give them feedback? I mean, I think that's really key to this. If we're going to be responding to principals, maybe that should be the upfront piece that we do. But it's important whenever you do it.
Yeah, I hear. I think there were two. In an ideal world, they'd be on both ends of the conversation. I don't know if achieving that ideal world may be too big a stretch. Getting principals. These were the first principals that have ever showed up in this ISAC, in any ISAC meeting. I hear your point, and if we were to put the absolute ideal up there, we'd start with principals and we'd end with principals. In part, the media pieces there connected to the principals at the end, with the assumption that we'd only get them once. But it's a good point, and I'll take note of that.
Yeah, Jamie, I'm just interested in your thoughts on media interviews by members of ISAC. I mean, we're an advisory group. Are you envisioning that to happen simply in support of agency decisions that are announced, or are you thinking we would actually do interviews as subject matter experts without unscripted?
No, in the past, for other committees and so forth, when principals have made announcements, when there's a big delivery of a product into a process, I mean, this is all scalable, of course. but at times when things have been delivered that are high profile, there's often an interest in getting media coverage on that. It would be led by the government agencies. The envision would be, principals responding to something that was delivered that they had been reporting on, not necessarily something that you all had just started or an interview because we have Ken Zimmerman happens to be there that day, so the media is going to take advantage of an interview with him. It would be very targeted and largely focused on those kinds of announcements the principals wanted to make. There are at times issues in which you all may be tied into that functionality, but it wouldn't be a specific target in terms of ISAC members. Does that make sense? Yeah, there's some of you we probably wouldn't want to put in front of the media, like Chuck.
Yeah, I like this. The one thing that I know debated over the years is being in the DC metropolitan area versus being out in the field. One of the things that we cannot lose sight of is the constituencies in the hinterland. And for those of us in the West, ISAC's in the aquatic community, not well known. The Aquatic Nuisance Species Task Force is more known, but I think we just got to keep in mind that when those opportunities arise, there may be some type of field with smaller groups. And I think you've kind of captured that with what you wrote up. So
that's a good point, Stephen. And I think we can also do a better job going forward of knowing when those constituencies are meeting and where. And making sure we find out what ISAC members are going to be there, doing some advanced planning. Are there things we can do on site that we haven't been doing? Right now it's largely people just show up at the meetings randomly and we happen to run into each other if we're there, but there could be some opportunities for making sure that if there's a meeting happening that's relevant to a task team and 3 of the 5 task team members were already going, can we help the other 2 get there so the task team can actually meet and do some work on site, those sorts of things. But very good point. And in that regard, I didn't mention anything about ANSTF relations, and I think we're going to see an increase in ISAC, NISC, ANSTF interaction as we go forward in this process as well. And that conversation will probably start on Monday, I think.
We've got Bob, Chris, Ed, Marshall, and Bob.
Okay, as the plan develops, keep in mind that ISAC has a unique ability to identify problems that might not be coming up through the agencies to us, but we see problems through our constituents and experiences that we bring and address. And maybe the agencies don't want to hear this, what we're coming up with, but it is a problem out there. So some mechanism to allow that to come to the surface.
Recognized. Good point. I don't think, to the best of my knowledge, folks are not using social media at all for ISAC or NISC related activities. Is that, I'm not aware of anything. Is anybody? Yeah, good point.
Just real quick, Chris, as I recall, Janet Ellis set up that Facebook page. And at one point we looked into it, and because she set it up, she was the administrator. Or Janet Clark, yeah, not Janet Clark. And so we had discussed, but nobody was really interested in carrying that forward. So it probably still sitting there with the last post 6 years ago or something.
Ed Mills. I'd like to follow up on Stephen's ideas. I really think it's very important to get some of our principals out in the field to see what some of these things are. You know, we sit in a virtual arena here, but boy, there are some big things going on, and I think if you want to leave a lasting impression and you want to have an impact, I think these people need to see what we're dealing with.
Thank you. Marshall Myers, I want to make a couple comments about historically the interaction between ISAC, the principals, the NISC members has been virtually non-existent. Therefore, I think for the immediate future, doing these meetings in DC, there's a slight hope they might show up at a meeting. Even with the policy liaisons, I mean, they're basically 3 of them, and that's all we ever seem to interact with. So if ISAC's going to have a future, I think there's got to be greater interaction with NISC, and rather than our going off on frolics of our own about subject matters we want to bring up that they don't want to hear. I hear what you're saying. We see things, Bob. I think it was Bob who made the point. I think it's best then we send those directly to NISC staff, let them take them to the principals to educate them, rather than ISAC in its time. We are to be an advisory committee under FACA, and they should come to us and ask for advice. If they're not doing it, that's their problem. It's also our problem. But I think that's an issue. As to the Facebook page, be damn careful. We're playing with that with Habitatitude, and it's amazing what rules exist in OMB about a federal social media attempt. And I don't know who wants that nice job of compliance, but I would think twice about it. There's no question social media is important, but yeah, no, I know, and it's I didn't realize what the problem was till we started talking about doing one with Habitatitude, and we pulled it. It's not worth the.
Yeah, I will point out that at least some of the departments have their own Facebook pages and do post information that could be relevant to this advisory committee on their pages. And I think I just stole a commentary from John Peter.
Thank you, Bonnie Harper-Lore. You mentioned that ANSTF would be more involved, which reminded me that in the executive order 13112, that not only were they supposed to be kind of advisors to NISC, but FICMANU was also. So I hope that you will encourage FICMANU involvement as well.
Absolutely. We've just been explicitly waiting for the executive secretary of ANSTF to come on. So that's why that's on the radar screen right now.
Thank you. The other was a logistical thought based on the idea of flipping day 1 and day 2, which I know you're going to look at, with having the reception on at the end of the new day 1. Obviously, it makes getting away for some of us who can go home at the end of day 2 much easier. If we have to stay for a reception, then we have to add expense to your account by staying another night. So it's a cost savings idea too.
Just a thought I had. I really appreciate the comments on how oftentimes us out in the field recognize emerging issues and can highlight them. I'm just wondering, Jamie, if there'd be a possibility of working emerging issues into the innovation.
The whole innovation summit is intended to be, you
Yeah.
know,
And
cutting
so
edge,
if
emerging,
yeah.
everything.
And so that
Yeah.
would be a way for it to come not directly bottom up to the principals.
And there's nothing stopping anybody from sending us a heads up at any point in time, in order to do the jobs that NISC staff need to do in communicating with our principals. If there's something happening out in the field that's particularly noteworthy for our federal officials, there's nothing stopping you from sending a heads up at any point in time.
I don't see any other cards, and that's great because we do need to move to a few other things. I'd just like to add that welcome aboard the roller coaster. This is exciting. You know, we've all said we want to be more effective, and this looks like a pathway to being more effective. As we all recognize, though, that also means change, and sometimes change is disruptive. I'm really excited about where we might be headed.
And I should explicitly say this didn't come out of nowhere in terms of how to start thinking about increasing ISAC effectiveness. You've been saying many of these things for years. Marshall has at least once, if not twice, presented the ugly presentation that provided many of these explicit recommendations within it, all the way back to how long ago, Marshall? Yeah, like 2002. I mean, it's been a long time that this group has been asking for some changes in effectiveness, and I think the bottom line is it's been heard. And now a process is getting started, and we'll just all have to see where the process evolves to.
Great. There are a few things we do need to take care of, one of which is nominations and election of officers. When most of you will recall at the last meeting, I appointed a nominating committee, Susan Ellis, Tammy Davis, and David Starling. And they found themselves in another situation where we empowered them, and then they kind of had a difficulty in carrying out their task. And that was because I gave them faulty direction that we could go ahead and nominate people for office who would be expected to be reappointed. And it turns out we really cannot do that. And so just to review briefly, we have 3 members whose second term limits them off the committee after this meeting. We have a member who has voluntarily resigned. We have a large class of you who are reaching the end of your first term and are reappointment eligible, but until you're reappointed are not members of ISAC in the interim. That leaves us with 12 members after this meeting. And so we can only select officer candidates from that pool of 12 people. So the nominating committee did meet. They do have a slate of officers to nominate. It needs to be very clearly stated that this slate of officers is to get us to the next meeting. And the intent is that at the first opening of the first day of the next meeting, the announcement will be made that there's a nominating committee that's put in place. They'll solicit nominations over the course of the meeting, and there will be new officer elections at the end of that meeting. Having said that, Susan, you kind of chaired the nominating committee. Why don't you tell us what you have?
I just want to clarify one thing. Those of you that are expiring on your term, there is a term date on your appointment that goes into January. So technically, you're there to January, but we don't know whether you'd be in place for the next meeting. Does that make sense? So this is an interim process to get us to a meeting in which everybody will be equally eligible for officer status, right? So these folks are trying to be as flexible as they can to work within circumstances where there's a large part of the committee either off or in an unknown status come next meeting.
A very quick add-on to that. Our 3 second-term expiring members expire on January 22nd, 2016. Our Class 8, the large group of you guys expire on January 6th. Just so you know exactly.
The reason for that was the 3, some of the people's letters didn't get signed by the secretary because they weren't vetted by the White House at the same time as everyone else. So some of the letters are later in January than the others.
Right. We will not have a meeting of 12 members. Unless 5 years from now, that's the size of the committee. So, Susan, please.
With that, Bob explained everything, I think, correctly. The nominating committee corresponded over the last month, I think August, we started corresponding to talk about how to do this with our bad information. And what we've come up with from looking at the list of 12 people, and we had at the last meeting indicated that if people were interested to please come forward and put their own names forward. So what we have at this time to put forth for your consideration, Bob Wiltshire would remain as chair until and through the next meeting. John Peter would serve as vice chair until up to and through the next meeting, and then I would serve as the secretary for that period of time. So we are putting that forward for your consideration.
So we have that slate proposed by the nominating committee. I would like to open the floor to any further nominations for officers. Well, since that comes from a standing committee of ISAC with more than one ISAC member, that's considered a motion and a second. All those in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? Okay, passed with one abstention. Chris? I will add that I recused myself, otherwise there'd have been a no vote. Okay, it sounds like we have a new officer team just through the next meeting. Yours truly as chair, John Peter as vice chair, and Susan Ellis as secretary. I wish to extend my gratitude to those members who are expiring and will hopefully be reappointed who offered themselves for officer service. It won't be forgotten. Next, and I might have to throw myself, maybe you guys will vote me out. I wasn't even sure what process I needed to follow at this point in time for creating a steering committee to get us from this meeting to the next meeting. The primary function of the steering committee is to set the agenda. Its agenda is going to be radically different going forward. I doubt that we'll be soliciting templates, things like that. My recommendation would be that perhaps the officer team work with NISC staff to organize the next meeting and deal with what needs to be dealt with. I'm certainly open to expanding that if it's the will of the membership. Anybody have thoughts? Sure, Benny. The innovation, the first day, that would not be an official ISAC activity. As I understand it, that would be partnering with like National Science Foundation, Smithsonian. So they're assuming that moves forward. I would assume that they would have their own little organizers for that, which could include ISAC members. We're just, you know, nothing is established at this point. One thing that I think I hear consistently is that the role of the steering committee will be significantly diminished in all likelihood going forward. It'll be different, yeah. But again, Chris, did you have a comment? Chuck. Yeah, there's nothing that would, if that's something you personally would be interested in, Chuck, let us know. I do not anticipate, once the new appointments are made, appointments, reappointments, contacting people and saying, do any of you want to, you know, serve at that point? I would end.
But I think that there may be some value in having a steering committee, or at least letting the members know, hey, if you want to call into the steering committee meeting, you're welcome.
Yeah, and the other thing, you know, as we look out on the landscape of what might, I am expecting that it's very, I think, likely that by the next meeting, we could have a new charter and new bylaws, which could totally change everything we're discussing anyway. You know. Right. And I think things like a new charter would be communicated immediately. Bylaws would, you know, all of that, there'd be no. So, to some extent, what I'm asking for is a little bit of latitude to wait and see what happens. You know, it's just really tough at this point. I do need to interrupt this discussion. I'm sorry, Damon, I will get back to you. It is 11:45. It's time for public comment. And we're scheduled. It's in the Federal Register. So I invite anybody who wishes to tell us anything. Should anybody from the public wish to comment in the next 15 minutes, just feel free to step up. Damon. I'm going to then, as chairman, delegate to our newly elected secretary to coordinate with NISC staff to figure out a way to better communicate between meetings with the membership. Damon, what you missed was us saying, how do we fence Damon out? So with the consent of the committee, we'll use the officer team as a temporary steering / advisory committee. I'm not going to vote on that. I'm just going to, I see enough nodding heads. And if anybody of the 12 or potential reappointees want to be more engaged with that, see me or John Peter or Susan. The next meeting?
So again, I want to just mention the fact that we are halfway into the process for nominations for the next ISAC cohort. We have received one package from someone who has not had a history with ISAC, and we've received one package from an individual who is up for renewal. And that's all that we've received so far, 50% of the way into the Federal Register notice period for response. There's 1 month left. November 30th is the closing date. There has been considerably more than that in terms of expressed interest. It just hasn't resulted in packages coming in yet. We strongly encourage you to get the word out through your networks that this is an opportunity to serve, and that we're hoping, again, to get more interest from those 3 constituencies that I particularly identified, which are actually coming from the principals, having looked at the history, and expressing an interest in making sure that we strengthen that membership. If you have any questions about the nomination process, Kelsey is always available. to answer your emails and phone calls. You're welcome to come to me or other staff as well. The Federal Register notice explicitly asks for a resume as the piece of information that you would be submitting. Please make that resume as detailed as possible to show us, for those of you that are renewing, your connections, to the invasive species issue, but also those process points that are mentioned in the Federal Register notice, the teamwork, the project management, your ability to network and advise leadership and so forth. So you may want to look at your resumes as they're currently written and double check for those key process points as it comes forward. I know those are not things that are necessarily flagged out on most people's resumes, so I'm just encouraging you to put that optic over it. Any questions on the process itself, apparently? Tammy? $17 and growing, because we've had a couple. No, there are 4 seats that we're aware of because of the 3 going off plus Joe. We've had, is it up to 2? Right. And we've had, is it two people who are up for renewal who've already let us know that they will not be renewing? So those seats are also going to be known to be available if there's an intent to fill up to the full numbers that are currently, number of seats that are currently occupied. Is that clear? Okay. And again, if you're not intending to renew, please let us know so that we can count that seat as available for a new member. That were highlighted, the tribes, relevant NGOs and business sector. Put in your best shot.
Chris.
Not according to the current Federal Register notice. It just says resume, which is why I'm underscoring the need to look at your resume carefully. They're allowed, but to put everything on equal standing, the first review will be based on resumes. So that's why I'm making the point about, I wouldn't, if you want to be up for reappointment, I would encourage you to resubmit your resume with the optics in mind for this particular selection process. That's why I'm underscoring, look back at your resumes. Yeah, exactly. And a resume, yeah. This Federal Register notice only says resumes. This is why I'm underscoring this, because it is different than in years past. And we thought it said more than that, but it doesn't. There were a couple tweaks that happened somewhere in the process outside of our offices. So this is why I'm underscoring some of these things. They're not reflective of what has happened in the past in terms of submission packages. You're welcome to submit them. We have to do everything on equal standing, for the first round. If we have a smaller list than the group involved in the process, my suspicion will be may go back out for a second request for additional materials if it's not possible to make decisions. But that we got to get into the process. But right now, it says resume. So that's what we're working with.
Okay, I want to move us on from that. Just briefly want to touch on the fact that there will be a next meeting. That's how much we know.
So
like Chuck
yeah,
saying yes.
just to clarify that point, at the moment we are under continuing resolution right now. Hopefully this will be one of one, but we don't know where we're going to go with the continuing resolution process. That said, the budget that Kelsey and I have looked at was proposed for going forward did not have a second meeting for this fiscal year in it. This is counting as meeting one for this fiscal year. There isn't money currently projected for a second meeting for this fiscal year, so we'll have to find those resources to make that happen, and that will certainly be a priority. So at this point in time, we can express the intent that there will be a spring meeting, but we can't move forward with the actual specific planning for that spring meeting. We will do everything possible to get all the ducks in a row that we can to make that happen, but the budget constraints are not under our control.
I've got Ken and then Dave.
Chris spoke to that during his staff report, and I believe both Chris's actually spoke to that on day one. It is gone through a process of having review that resulted in more than 850 comments. Is that what I remember, Chris? And is currently in my lap for analysis and recommendations back up to the principals for next steps. They will then decide how we are to proceed with next steps, and we'll get it done.
Dave.
In theory, yes. You're saying in case there isn't money to bring people in, yeah, in theory. And that's happened. There's been a couple of ISAC meetings that it would probably be more challenging in terms of the new members to participate that way. Right. It's definitely an option, but the intent is certainly there to get the resources in place in time.
I have just several things that I want to cover real quick before we adjourn. First of all,
I'm saying we don't have the financial resources. We're under continuing resolution right now, so we can't dedicate resources, and the budget that we looked at as the projection does not have the funding in it for a spring meeting. We have to make a No. We will work to try to have a spring meeting, but right now we can't commit. Does that make sense? Okay.
if it's really quick, I've got to move on.
That's correct. So obviously I haven't been on the media enough today to know that it was adopted. So apologies for being once again under a rock when it comes to what's happening in the big world. But yes, the point is, even with that having been resolved, the money is not in our budget. I'm going to have to make a special request. This is not new. It's happened in the past that we've had to make special requests for the second meetings. So it's not an unheard of process for us to make this happen. But I just want to make it clear that it puts constraints on commitment.
Okay. As we wrap up here, I'd like to just quickly say a special thank you to the folks in the room that have helped by taking notes throughout the meeting. As Jamie alluded to earlier, originally it was conceived that the secretary would take the minutes of the meeting, and that doesn't work for us. And so there's been a number of people that have participated in helping with that. So thank you to those folks.
And I want to just add, if any of the ISAC members have been taking exceptionally good notes during the meeting, you're welcome to pass them forward to be part of our minutes making process. I think Janice has been busily working on it. I've been watching her dedication to note taking, and there may be others. So feel free to help us in the development of the minutes process if you have in fact been taking detailed notes throughout the meeting.
I want to say a very big thank you to Kelsey for getting us all organized. I want to say thanks to Stash, Phil, and all the NISC staff. And I especially want to say thank you to Chris Dianigi once again for the work he's done over the last couple of years, acting and keeping this all going. And thanks to Jamie. Thank you, staff. We appreciate it. With some sadness, I want to say thank you to the members who are expiring in January. Some of you we won't see back at the table. Some of you, fortunately, we will. From a personal level, one of the things I've really enjoyed about ISAC is the new friends I've made all across the country and across all disciplines. I'm going to miss you guys. So, Phyllis, Eric, Stephen, and Joe, we know we won't see you again. Thank you very much for your service. Chuck, Joe, Jerry, Phil, Tammy, Jim, Bill, Janice, Carol, Roland, Dave, Tim, Bill, and Ken. I hope we see you back again in the spring, and if we don't, thank you. It's been really great, and we really do appreciate everything. Thank you all, and with that, we're adjourned.
Just one post-adjournment comment to remind you that the gourds and pumpkins are all looking to be rehomed. If you would like to take them with you, with the exception of those going to New Zealand or California. And the Asian pears are looking to be rehomed as well. Name tags and cards to Kelsey.
If you would find the money, and if there's a spring meeting, what month are we thinking about? For May. Now I'm thinking about, I'm sending out the white paper, when do I need and termination dates, and get me back dates. Oh. No, I can get it out, but the responses.
I would try to make it clear enough,
to get officially in the, that's a really good idea, because I can get Erica, and Eric will have to respond before
January, whatever. Okay, I'll put that in the email.
Process like that is the case.
Oh.
And I don't think it'd be fair to be expecting the new people to jump in that, you know.
I don't even know what that is.
Well, we don't know who they would be, but they
No.
probably aren't going to come on until, you know, January, and then to be expected.
No, they'll be
Yeah.
deer in the headlights.
Exactly, exactly.
Just on the table, my friend.
So we're close, we're kind of moving to the front.
Why don't I go down and get my car here? You gotta put all this stuff. My car, take you with it. Good job. Don't you, Kelsey, you gotta take these boxes. I'll bring my car up here, so I'm gonna bring my car. And then you ought to get the box later, maybe some other time.
I can get it. Let's do it now. I need to include.
Okay, that's in your car.
Yeah.
I'll go ahead and get the car, come up with the logo, Kelsey's stuff.
This is the garbage people, clean up crew, and I don't know what they might want to do. We don't need to get, love and marshmallows. No, I don't know. Yeah. It was only, don't worry about it. Yeah, I mean, but I'm not, it was too much for me to have to take it out. James, did you have your presentation on the jump drive? It's not on my, okay, so I pulled it, but it's not letting me
Oh, yes, please. Staff is there, we'll take care of them. Take care of them.
I've got,
Yeah, they'll. I don't know, they'll. I'm sure they'll keep that cheaper and supplies and stuff like that. You have a lot of food. Thank you for everything. Yeah. Thank you so much. I just have a box at the moment. I'm not doing that long.
Hello. Ho. Probando sonido. Oye. Déjame que te lo diga, vamos a venga acá, oye. ¿Cuál? No, yo de abajo, pero mire que está grabándome. Está grabando. Mire la silla. Dale, toda la vuelta. Espera, que quiero hacer esta mesa de equipo. ¿Ah? Allá ponga el libro que allá en aquella mierda que lo reclama, en aquella cosa, póngala. Pues lo reclama. Abajo y lo que arriba, ¿no?
Thank